Okay, so in the previous video, there was a certain scene that I did not record because I accidentally paused the recording. So here it is, the conversation that I had that wasn't recorded. It was with Darian. Darian notices you, and his eyes bulge in surprise. He looks from side to side and holds a finger to his lips. Darian says, "The others made it back from the fort, thanks to you, all except for that fanatic. But you know all about her." Darian gives you a knowing look. Aris says, "She was a member of a secretive Ondrite cult." Darian says, "So I heard. But what I really want to know is about those creatures." The others saw them in the snow, Mike folk with arms like maces, they said, and dead by your hand. Darian gives you a slow, respectful nod. Aris says, "The eyeless." Darian says, "Always thought those were hunters' tales." Darian's eyebrows shoot up. He clears his throat and runs his hand along patchy stubble. "I can't tell the rest of stalwarts about them, not until we know more. The superstitious ones will call it a bad omen, another example of the ill us outlanders have brought." Darian shakes his head. "And it won't help when folk hear Adaric's still at large." Aris says, "He's retreating. That's what you wanted." Darian grimaces. "That was before he took our people hostage. Look, I appreciate what you did. I just hope he doesn't come back with a bigger army. Alright? That's what was not recorded. Now let us continue." Where should we go now? Oh yeah, the Ondra Temple. The High Abbot Kauto. Wait, what happened with this guy? He's cold. Let's speak to him. "I wish folk here would give Darian a chance," says this villager. "Alright."
Indeed.
Indeedo. So we go to the Abbey of the Fallen Moon now. Maybe I should stock up on utility items. But no one's selling utility items in Stalwart. Let's go back to Kaitnua, perhaps. Go back to Kaitnua. Go back to Kaitnua. Back to Kaitnua. Why is the loading time so long?
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Well met, friend.
While we're here, let's take a rest at Bright Hollow. Let's take a rest at Bright Hollow.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Yeah, okay.
Age has slowed me.
So I was wondering, why do the Ondra cult wants the Eyeless to attack? But, I don't think they want the Eyeless to attack. High Abbot Kauto told the Ondra woman to meet the Tidebringer, and if she's captured, she's to commit suicide. That's the implication. And I think the High Abbot said something about calling off the army or something like that. So he's trying to prevent the Eyeless from, I guess, being activated. Huh. But why does Ondra have this army of Eyeless in the first place? Is Ondra so dedicated to forgetting? Does he just want to erase everything?
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
The Abbey of the Fallen Moon. The Abbey of the Fallen Moon. Wait a minute. The Abbey of the Fallen Moon. Who is this? Long Bosch? What does Bosch mean? Penis? Long penis? A dwarf, clothed in but a few straps of fur, puffs up his bare chest with every drag from his pipe. Long Bosch says, "Come a long way to get some air, have you?" Aris asks, "What are you doing here?" Long Bosch says, "Enjoying the fine weather, just a bit longer." Long Bosch smiles, letting a cloud of smoke and frosted breath escape through his teeth. My mistress had business with the Ondrites. Will be off soon as she's done at the Abbey. In this context, does mistress means wife, or a concubine, or a side hoe? Which one is it? Meantime, I was told to stay put. They don't want any outsiders meandering about. Or maybe in this context mistress refers to his employer, I think. She already put some kind of hex on me, says I won't even remember any of this, but the copper's worth it. She says I'll wake up at home with a full coin purse, opposite of most of my mornings, so that had a certain appeal. Aris says, "Tell me about your mistress of darkness." Long Bosch says, "Which one?" He lets out a chuckle and slaps his chest. A reddening print blooms on his skin. Wish she were the fun kind. She's a gift bearer. Paid me well to guard her on the journey, though. Aris says, "I'm looking to get inside." Long Bosch says, "Are you now?" He pulls the pipe away from his clenched teeth and points its long stem to the path ahead. "Far as I know, straight this way. The middle path on the right with the ruined arch. If they let you in, course. Ondrites are none too friendly but to their own." My mistress went through the archway, spoke to some gods there, then headed on. Long Bosch bites down on his pipe with a sour expression. They got eyes on the other paths, cast me dirty looks from afar when they pass this way. Long Bosch grunts. As if I'd stand here in plain view if I had some grand design of sneaking into their blazing church. Wait, is it a church or a temple? Which one is it? What is it called? Long Bosch refers to it as a church, but the map says is temple. Maybe they use those two terms interchangeably. Long Bosch says, "And what's an abbey's got that's worth hiding anyway? Monks?" Long Bosch grunts again and shakes his head and mutters something about if he were younger. Aris asks, "Do you know of other ways into the abbey?" Long Bosch says no, but it's an abbey, not a fortress. You can bet it's got holes like any fat old monster, supply passages, escape routes. Long Bosch shrugs, as if it were a matter of course. I'd be lying if I said I'd never explored one uninvited when I was too young to know better. Helped myself to its relics. So you're a thief. Let's just say if a certain war goddess has her way, I'll be living my next life as a dung roll bug. Oh, he committed theft, I think, at Magran's temple. Oh, Durance would be livid if he hears this. I'm sure he hears this, but why is he not being angry right now? Durance, I mean. Aris asks, why are you helping me? Longbush shrugs. You gotta look about you, look like you need it. And maybe there's something I don't like about this place, like it's hiding something. My younger days, it would be me going in there. Aris says farewell. Longbush says that we'll meet again. Any luck, my mistress will return soon. Hope you find what you're looking for. What's on your mind? Says Longbush. Okay, let's go.
Even our visitor is to be turned away, he said.
What interest would our quarters hold?
Our quarters aren't the worry. It's our brothers and sisters below.
Brothers and sisters below? Who are they referring to? Ah, interesting. Undisturbed by the high winds above, a mist hides the depths of this chasm. On Ondrite, Tidal Fist says, hold, who's there? Aris says, Kauto is waiting for me. I am the Tidebringer. Ondrite Tidal Fist's eyes narrow. How can I be sure? Let's see, which one should I pick? Aris says, we are in the final days of the McQueen's Tide, a time of transition for our church. My presence is no accident. I don't even know what McQueen's Tide is, but Aris knows, because he's knowledgeable. The god relaxes and appears relieved. Forgive my caution, we were told to expect you. The High Abbot awaits you inside. All right. Fake it till you make it, right, Aris? Ondra's blessing upon you, Tidebringer. The Abbey is at your disposal. The Ebb's blessings to you. You mean ebb and flow? Welcome. Are you the visitor we've awaited? Ondra Gale Singer. The lady keep you. Keep me from what?
You look pale, sister. Find someone to take your place. I'll stand watch. I'd hoped I was over this illness, but clearly not. I shall take your advice.
I'll handle this. It's done.
Currents of wind bounce off the jagged rocks, rising to meet your face with a freezing touch. A mural is rendered on the face of the rock wall. 4 panels seem to be arranged as a story of some kind. Inspect the mural. First panel, Unthu, the end. Second panel, Saman, the flood. Third panel, Disaman, the ebb. Fourth panel, Dianthu, the beginning. Oh, I guess it's a cycle, yeah? The beginning, the end, the flood, the ebb, and then the beginning again. Like what, a cycle of life or a cycle of civilization? The end. Unto the end. Look at that city on fire. And then Saman, the flood. The flood came after the fire. And after the flood there's the ebb. And then the beginning again. The passages of Ondra, halls of presence. This door is sealed shut. Why? This giant wristbone ends without providing any clues as to the location of its matching hand. This is a wristbone? A giant wristbone? What? What kind of creature possessed this giant wristbone? A giant?
Saw they let you through. You must be our visitor. The High Abbot awaits you inside. Straight back.
Something familiar about this place. It reeks of divine meddling.
Durance. I'm curious about his story, though. I know that he's one of the 12 Magran priest that created the god hammer bomb. But what is it that makes him despise his own goddess? That he apparently worships, right? And it seems that he detests the divine, but he himself worship Magran, or maybe not. I'm curious. The Ondrite nods solemnly.
I'll have this open in no time. It's done.
Okay, these look like a rib cage, right? So we are on the torso of some giant beast. Halls of presence. Ice has built upon every space between the bones of the skeletal hand, forming a slippery incline into the jagged cliffs below. An angry wind whistles as it twists around the frozen fingers of this giant skeletal hand. I'd love to have a private retreat like this temple, but the question is it feasible for a place like this in the mountains as a retreat to be installed with a high-speed internet connection?
Kauto knew Saman was upon us.
The Tidebringer. It's been so long.
My soul is ready, brother.
I remember the panel, the passages of Ondra. Saman is the flood. So according to this conversation, we've already passed beyond the end, which is called Anthu, and now we are about to welcome the flood or the Saman. Interesting. Protruding from the side of the cliff, what appears to be a massive hip bone lies encrusted in a prison of rocks and ice. So I'm guessing this temple is built upon the skeleton of a long dead giant. What is this giant? A creature of this world? Or one of the gods or goddesses, I wonder. Undisturbed by the high winds above, a mist hides the depths of this chasm.
I should not have peered over the edge. I could see no bottom.
Ha! Perhaps if you pray, the lady will allow you to forget.
The bottom of what? The bottom of a woman's ass? You stand at the precipice of a fissure that time has torn into the mountain upon which the Abbey stands. Whistling winds call out from the depths of the crevasse, mournful wails hinting at a great descent from the edge into the dark and lonely spaces below. Encased in centuries of rhyme, encased in a centuries of crime, a gargantuan skeletal hand hangs awkwardly above the gap. His fingers are splayed in a pained pose, eyes preserving the circumstances of the victim's death long after the flesh rotted away. Wait a minute. Could it be that this is the corpse of Eothas? I mean, White One. White. If I remember correctly, it is said that White One is what, the material form or the incarnation of Eothas. So when the Godhammer bomb killed White One, maybe the real body of Eothas also died and fell here? Really? With only the ominous moaning of the crevasse to disturb your thinking, you consider your options, inspect the area. Considering the span of the gap and the position of the skeletal hand, you believe a well-placed grappling hook would allow you to reach the other side. Though positioning the hook may be tricky, the winds are not so strong that they would endanger attempts to cross. With only the ominous moaning of the crevasse to disturb your thinking, you consider your options. Leave. But it doesn't make sense though. If it is the body or the corpse of Eothas, then why would the Ondrites build a temple here? They're supposed to worship Ondra, not Eothas, right? Okay, these two entrances leads to the halls of presence. 3 entrances, but 1 entrance leads to the halls of silence. Let's check this out first, right? Oh no, there's something I need to check first. Oh, I'm mistaken. This place is not called temple, it's called Abbey, not temple. Okay, why can't I activate this highlighted object? Oh, okay. I'm not supposed to be here, I guess. Maybe not yet. Let's enter the halls of silence then. Why is he not moving? A coppery sheen glistens under the layers of ice that cling around this giant femur with the colors of a rainbow. Femur? Okay, the shape of this skeleton. It looks someone meditating, right? Like a meditation pose. Or it looks like someone who is giving birth, a woman. Ondra Tiddlefist says, this area is forbidden. Ari says, I'll be going then. Alright, let's go to the Halls of Presence then. Why is this area forbidden? I remember the two Ondrites saying something about the brothers and sisters down below. What are they, or who are they referring to? Brothers and sisters down below. Creepy. The structure behind this giant ribcage appears to have been built around it. Ah, okay. Like I said, this abbey was built upon the skeleton. Ugh. What are we going to find inside? The craftsmanship that gave form to this statue appears too skilled and refined to come from mere mortal hands. What, are you implying that this is made by something divine?
You are a guest, I take it? You will find the abbot past the chamber of the fallen moon, behind me.
This look like a statue of a ship being tangled in tentacles of giant octopus or giant sea creature, whatever it is. Interesting.
They call out sometimes. Even the guards below think it's strange.
For Andra, most like. They surely long for her embrace.
Ondra's sworn sword says, forgive me, Tidebringer, but it is not in my power to allow you to pass. You will need the High Abbot's consent. Alright? I shall not challenge it. Halls of Silence. It is also forbidden to me. Wait, am I going to make them hostile if I do this? I just want to find out.
I'll have this open in no time.
Alright, no hostile. What is this? Too long, didn't read. What? Okay, the last paragraph. Truth be told, I and the other gift bearers I know have never even spoken to Ondra. She is largely silent, and when she does speak, she uses floods and tidal waves instead of words. But we sing of the ocean's sorrow.
What's this? Carrying too much weight.
Journal of the High Abbot. This volume appears to serve many functions. There are notes in it detailing schedules and routines at the Abbey. There are favorite passages from Ondrite texts, annotated with personal insights. There are also descriptions of dreams. Many seem purely symbolic, but one entry is of interest. It had been long since I dreamt of my rising, yet now with another rising soon upon us, this is the 5th time in a week. Perhaps channeled here I can put it to rest. I am walking through the halls of silence. I feel eyes on me from all sides, angry, vengeful eyes. I arrange the panels and curl my hands into the signs of the tide, the right as the wave, the left tracing the crescent moon with my 2 outer fingers. The way opens to me. I climb the steps and Ondra's witness is installed there. The old aspergillium, set to operate the valves. I use it like a lever, and the water rises. There are angry shouts, and when I cover my ears they are louder still. But the water continues upward, far past where it should. I climb as high as I can, but I feel it icy on my feet. Then it is over my head, and I cannot breathe. Suddenly I am outside the reliquary, looking at the veil of tears, the witness in my hand, and the veil parts for it. I step through to the one place in the Abbey I feel protected. Only when I pass inside I come out in total darkness. I call for help. I am shouting, screaming for help. There is no answer. I stop. I sit there in the dark, waiting for what seems like ages. Then I realize I don't know who I am. So this is a dream that the High Abbot had. The rising tide. I found a record of recurring dream of the High Abbot. It showed him performing a strange sign before 4 panels, then retrieving a rod-like relic from a nearby device and using it to pass through a doorway of water into a walled enclosure somewhere outside the Abbey. Enter the halls of silence. The Abbot's quarters. Top of the Abbey. Top of the Abbey? Wait, what? There's no door here. What do you mean top of the Abbey? I hope this doesn't make them hostile. I hope not. I don't want them to be hostile. Okay, they're not hostile. Good. What is this?
Let's see what we
This
found.
is the record.
Yes. See that it is cast away with the others.
The record? What record? The sea and her love. Traditional Ondrat hymn. The sea beheld her love, shining bright from on high. She bade him come down from his palace in the sky. Her love could not be swayed, so she took a peace into her heart, and all who saw her grief that day sleep in her bosom still. Wow.
Even with your labors, your presence of mind never falters. I don't know how you do it.
Perhaps your thoughts would swim deeper if your tongue didn't come out for air so often, dear brother.
Your tongue come out so often for air. Why does your tongue wants to come out for air? Did you bury your tongue in some place that you're not supposed to bury it? Like in an asshole? Ramparts of the Abbey.
I never knew. Did you hide in the White March after that?
As far away as I could. The Dominels didn't care I was a gift bearer. Evidence is evidence.
Oh, one of the Ondrad had a run-in with the Dominels, huh?
I'll handle this. It's done.
Ondrad quarters key. Cracks and scratches zigzags across the weathered surface of this iron key. Why would someone store a stew in a vase? I don't understand.
The High Abbot imparted to me that I wasn't alone, that he has nightmares sometimes as well.
Truly?
Oh, it surprised me to hear it. He has such a peaceful manner.
What kind of nightmares? Wet nightmares? Despite the warmth of the nearby fires, a thin layer of frost clings to this store of supplies. Halls of silence. Silencio.
What's this? Carrying too much weight.
He seemed preoccupied.
I expect I would be too in his position.
A massive crystal, its jagged edges iridescent with an unearthly glow, pierces through the dome. Mosaics and tiles have been carefully arranged around the strange rock. A thin film of iridescent dust floats on the calm surface of the waters, obscuring its depth. Chamber of the Fallen Moon, Hall of the Tidal Wave. Wow, the High Abbot is jacked. Look at his body. It's muscular. High Abbot Kauto, where the other Ondrites in the Abbey are clad in drab, functional garments, this Aumawa seems dressed for an occasion. His robe is bright and glossy. His neck and arms are bedecked with jewelry. The symbols of his goddess are crowded into every available space.
Ah, good. The Conclave has elected a Tidebringer after all. I had begun to worry.
Kauto looks back up, noticing your company, and nods.
And they took my advice in providing you an escort. Very good. I am sorry I could not make your journey easier. I am Kauto, the High Abbot.
Kauto bows. Aris says, I came as soon as I could.
And just in time. The May Queen's tide is nearly past its peak. Much longer, and we'd have had to wait another year. The rules of the Rising are quite clear on that, unfortunately. When you are ready, we will begin with the recitation.
Aris says the conclave mentioned something about a reliquary.
Yes, of course. I would not pass my station to you without passing that knowledge as well. It is the Abbey's most sacred chamber. When the rising is complete, I will take you there myself. In fact, the ritual demands it.
Aris asks, how did you become the High Abbot?
I was elected by the conclave, as you were, but you already knew that much. It was unexpected. There were others more accomplished. I was merely a scholar.
A jacked scholar. I'd love to see that.
But they each had their faiths called into question, and no one could find cause to doubt mine.
Kauto smiles proudly, exposing for the first time yellowed, worn teeth. He seems conscious of your gaze, and quickly hides them again. What? Is he shy?
It was such an honor to become one of Andra's most trusted servants. It was hardly a choice at all.
Aris says, about the recitation.
You seem nervous.
Kauto chuckles.
The conclave chose you for a reason. For a devout follower of Andra, the answers will flow naturally to you. I remember my own rising. The conclave sent me on the same exhausting journey. When it came time for the recitation, I could not remember a word. But it all came back in time. Our goddess smiles upon the forgetful.
Kauto taps a large golden ring with a wave insignia as though it were proof.
Our library is open to you, as are the grounds outside. There is a beautiful mural out there that you should see, if you haven't yet. And you may, of course, speak with the gift-bearers here, if it helps your recollection. Take your time and examine these things before your recitation.
Aris asks, what if I fail?
Do not be afraid to fail. A lapse here or there is to be expected. But do take care in your work. Even my patience has limits.
Kauto looks you in the eye, his face stern. Aris asks, how are you so certain I am the tide bringer?
If you were not, you would be the first person to stumble across this place in all my years here. Andra protects us in this place. The faithful who stand guard here do it in her honor, not because we are vulnerable.
Kauto looks at you sidelong.
You are our tidebringer, aren't you?
Should I be honest? Alright. Aris decided to be honest with Kauto. Why not? Honesty can be a good start to a lasting relationship, right? Aris says, in truth, I came here to enter your reliquary and call off the eyeless.
I do not know how you came to know of this place, or the things you speak of, but know that you shall never speak of them again.
Well, a good start to a lasting relationship, indeed it is not. Moral of the story is, I don't know, shall I be honest? Or not?
Join arms!
Wow, a tough fight for Aris and his companions. High Abbot's key is light blue crystal strangely warm to the touch. This key has been fashioned in the shape of a crescent moon.
I bring your end. Bring your end.
Indeed. Yes?
Join arms. I bring your end. Stand still! Death to our enemies!
Rip. Lick now.
Unlock with Steel Bandit key. What is this?
Let's see what we found. I'll handle this. It's done.
Like a living prison, thick arms of coral have grown around an assortment of old, weathered relics. What is this place? The Vault of Forgotten Thoughts. Is this the salt water? The salt pool that Maneha mentioned? Ramparts of the Abbey. So the ramparts of the Abbey leads to this place. Very well.
Of course.
Most inconvenient.
This thing isn't doing the job.
I bring your blast!
As soon as Aris left the building, he sent signal to his forces waiting nearby to come charging and join the battle. The forces of Kainua versus the monks of the Abbey of the Fallen Moon.
As one!
That's not very helpful.
As if thrown into the chasm, skeletal remains rest precariously on the ledges of this cliff as far as you can see.
Leak now.
It's not working!
Leak now.
Halls of silence. Silencio. Oh no!
Lavar.
Yes?
The halls of silence. The massive coppery bones encased under the ice seem to be part of the hips of a giant skeleton.
This is you. Into the fray! Sagani saunters over to you, stretching her legs. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is going on? She holds a pouch of deer jerky in one hand, and she offers it as she takes a seat across from you. Itumak looks on hungrily. Long day. Sagani bends one arm behind her head, reaching until you hear a pop. Just wanted to see how you're holding up. You seem to have a lot of long nights. Ooh. Long nights. Aris says, the leaden key hasn't assassinated me yet, so I guess I can't complain. Sagani says, a bright side to everything, isn't there? Sagani folds her arms over her knees. Look, it's been a while since I had a hunting party, but we're in this together now. And even if we're hunting for different things, we're still hunting together. Sagani takes a hunk of dried meat from her pouch and bites a long strip from it. Itumak licks his lips, and she tosses him the rest. Sagani says, I don't understand what's happening to you, but I'll help you find Thaos, same as you're doing for me. Oh, Isagani becomes closer and closer to Aris. What about her husband? Please don't tell me you are disloyal. How long has it been since she last seen her husband? Was it 5 months or 5 years? Or was it 15 months? I don't remember. A thin layer of frost sparkles over the store of bread and cabbages. This is the place that I entered previously, right? But they say I can't be here in this place.
I'll have this open in no time. It's done. Yes?
Wave-crested key. This key, its handle resembling the crest of a wave, was cut from a deep blue crystal. Unlock with wave-crested key. What is this? Load Tide Monk? Load Tide Cipher? Who are these people? Do I know you? Says the low-tide monk. The noise. No, no, no more. Wait, are these monks in prison? Are they from the same abbey or from a different abbey? And even then, are these Ondrite monks or another god monk? This woman drags her fingers on the wall, cringing whenever her cracked nails scratch the stone. What's going on with these guys? An acrid and pungent smell climbs up from the depths of this pit. Huh? Clumps of moss frozen under a layer of slick and green slime build up between the cut stones. Goddess, what stirs? This man stares at the ground, his sunken eyes devoid of spark. No, they are not in prison. There's no bars on this room. Have they lost their mind? Aimlessly, this dwarf jerks his head to the sides as if looking for someone. This door is sealed shut. A soul? Really? Cliffs of the Abbey. Despite the icy sheen that covers these webs, their threads gently vibrate at the slightest disturbance. Look below the ice sheet. So many skeletons. What is going on? Hovering over a skeleton half trapped in ice, a faint trace of essence lingers in the cold air of the cavern. Reach out to the essence. You let your soul envelop the essence. Memories spread in a thin mist under you, dim and torn. Their scattered fragments floating like motes of dust in the twilight. You're walking into an oblong chamber. The stones of its underground walls glisten. Still wet from the flood waters, a hand clasps on your shoulder. You hear her whisper, "Arthrek, I don't want to look." The memory vanishes now, and now all you see is a slab of stone. You're staring at it, just inches away from the wall. Your fingers trace circles on it, digging into the moss that clings on its weathered surface. You're not sure how long you've been touching it. Perhaps you've always been. A scream jolts you. Its echoes thunder throughout the halls. Your ears hurt, a pain that digs deep, burrowing into your head like a twisted dagger. You run, others run. You don't know them, you can't remember them, but somehow you take comfort in their presence. Yes, they will help you with the pain, the noise, you'll kill it. The anger of the memory subsides, and now you're sitting down on steps carved on rock. Dozens of skeletons lie below, beneath frozen water. Their jaws hang open, silent. Yet what's that? A low rumble, gargling, growing, deafening. You snap your head to the side in anguish and see it. The water rushing down the halls, pushing you in a torrent of white foam. You fall. Your mouth opens to shout, but your screams are muffled as it fills with water. Huh? A flood? Something happened, maybe in the past. Look at all those corpses beneath the frozen sheet. Arthak's Cord, Chuedspak, was a famous raider from the Ishamital plains, and Arthrak was his prize stallion. Renowned for his speed and skill on horseback, Chuedspak could disarm an opponent in the time it took most to knock an arrow. He disdained heavy and elaborate armor. Claiming that a true warrior could fight in anything. To prove his point, he fashioned his belt from Athrak's reins. So a raider named Chuedspak from the Ishamital plains, I guess with his raiding group, raided this place. But I guess they were met with a flood of water, maybe a defense mechanism built into this abbey. You return to the precipice of a fissure that reaches down into the mountainside. Wind wells up to you from its depths, and an enormous ice-encrusted skeletal hand still looms over the gap. With only the ominous moaning of the crevasse to disturb your thinking, you consider your options. Should I cast a grappling hook? Yeah, why not? Cast your grappling hook. The middle finger is a large target, but it sits in the midst of a buffering winds that threaten to blow the rope and grapple off course. Whoever casts the grappling hook will need nimble fingers to ensure a good throw. As you ponder the difficulty of the throw, the wind momentarily abates, becoming little more than eerie murmurs whispering far below you. Who will cast the hook? Aris will cast the grappling hook. You time the throw perfectly between chaotic gusts sweeping up from the crevasse. The grappling hook cuts an odd path through the expanse of violent air. the attached rope trailing behind in a bizarre spiral. Despite its odd course, the grapple eventually sails over the middle finger, its rope winding securely around the frozen bone. You give it 2 tugs and are confident it won't budge. The middle finger, indeed. Swing across the chasm. You take a firm hold on the rope and swing across the crevasse. Despite high winds and an unsettling creaking from the enormous ice-encrusted finger, you safely reach the other side. You stand at the edge of a crevasse you traverse with the help of a grappling hook and a conveniently located giant skeletal hand. Okay. Shall we do this again? Oh no, I can't. Dang it! I can't swing back. Okay, that's it. I don't want to waste time walking. Alright, here we are. Don't use the grappling hook. Okay.
Indeed. I'm here.
No, it hurts. Make it stop. Low tide monk, what? My head, the noise. Stop it. Why are they attacking me? Have they lost their mind? No.
That's not.
What happened to these people? What happened to them? Have they spent so long in the halls of silence? Did they become sensitive to sound? Really?
Not much of a life down here, is it?
Who's there?
This door is sealed shut. Parentis. Who is this? Parentis. Tufts of downy grey hair sprout from the back of this man's scalp like shrubs. His lower lip curls inward over a row of teeth that appear to have mostly fallen out, and a musty odor hangs about him like a fog.
Is that you, Edith? I thought I'd lost you. I called for you. I wanted to search, but the blizzard lasted days. I'm so sorry.
Varentis extends a hand in gesture of apology, but then the fingers curl and then he draws it back. He squints, as if trying to see you better.
But wait. We did find you. When the thaw finally came, I saw you rigid, frozen. You cannot be Edith. No, we are in the Abbey, gift bearers, and you must be the tide bringer.
Varentis' eyes widen. Aris says, correct, I am the tide bringer.
Then listen well, tide bringer. Kauto does not know what he asks, nor did I when I performed the tide bringer's duties so long ago. The halls of silence. They take our minds, memory by memory. It would be peaceful, we were told, like going to sleep. Look around you. We, the low tide, who have been sealed down here all these many years, do we seem at peace to you? We are lost, terrified.
So yeah, they've been down here for so long. Many years, according to Varentis. Aris says, your order attacked me.
Few of us know friend from foe anymore. I may be the only one left who can still speak for us. They are peaceful in their hearts. It is this place. It has confused and agitated them. Please forgive them.
So low tide is an order. Low tide monk. I see. And Varentis mentioned the tide bringer. So the low tide is a monk order that also worships Ondra, I guess. Just like this fallen moon. Fallen moon people, I mean. Aris asks, who are you?
No one has asked me in I don't know how long. Who was I? I was the High Abbot, wasn't it?
The High Abbot before Kauto, I guess?
High Abbot. Varentis. That was me. Or the one before me, if not. No longer, though. I am just another brother of the low tide. I remember a woman. Was she my wife? She had curls in her hair, and she spoke softly. What became of her? I carry so many memories that I took from strangers who wanted to be rid of them. I don't know what's mine anymore.
So Varant is able to take other people's memories as his own, and I guess at the same time erasing those memories from those other people.
And there are so many holes, every image a blur or a void. Would that I could be free of this place, free to make new memories, to know who I am.
Aris asks, what is the Tidebringer is meant to do?
The Tidebringer comes to replace the High Abbot. The ritual is called... It is called... The Rising. Yes. We carry so many memories. Tragic or dangerous some. We live above for a time, devoted to Ondra. Then we come here to forget it all, wash our souls clean of the memories. When it is done, a tidebringer is summoned. Those above, the high tide, they become the low tide. It means they are brought here to the halls of silence.
Okay, so it's a replacement event. The one who live in the building above, they are the high tide. And when the tidebringer comes and replaces the high abbot, the new people becomes the high tide, while the previous high tide came down here to become the low tide. I see.
But not before the old low tide are removed, drowned in a flood, and swept away, the rising.
Okay, so the cycle is there's a high tide and a low tide, right? The tide bringer, and I guess the new people comes in to replace the high abbot and the high tide. The replacement became the high tide, while the high tide becomes the low tide, and the previous low tide is then killed in a flood. Is that correct? I think so. Aris asks, "You did not choose to be here?"
Did we? We did. We chose it when we thought it was our duty, and that it would be peaceful.
So the low tide is not another order. A low tide is just a label to refer to the previous high tide people who became the low tide after the new people comes in to replace the high abbot and the previous high tide, which is now the low tide. And the previous low tide is then killed in the flood. So that's what those corpses below the frozen ice sheet are about. They are corpses of the previous low tides, killed in the flood to make room for the new low tide. Interesting. So what is the sect of this? In previous conversations, I don't remember whether it was Aris or some other NPCs, they referred to these Ondrites, this particular Ondrites, as a fanatical sect. What is the name of their sect? And Kauto mentioned conclave. So this so-called fanatical sect not only exists in this Abbey of the Fallen Moon, but I guess they also have other abbeys or groups in other places. Interesting.
But the more we forget, the less we understand. Every day something familiar becomes strange. If I had known, I'd never have accepted my assignment to the Abbey. Nor would many, I suspect.
Yeah, they were kept in the dark. Aris asks, "What is it you want from me?"
There is a relic, an aspergillum, it was called. What was it?
Farentis thinks for a while, with a pained expression, his lips mouthing words.
Well, it doesn't matter. It controls the floodwaters, but also the outer floodgates. Ondra's Witness! That is the name.
The High Abbot Kauto's journal mentioned this Ondra's Witness.
It is down here, but I don't recall how to reach it. The High Abbot knows. If you can find out from him, you could set us free. Open the gates. We would leave in peace and finish our lives in dignity.
Aris asks, Are you certain it's wise to release the low tide in this condition?
We are all so old now. There is little damage we could do in this state.
Parentis chuckles. Wait, Ondra's witness is to open the floodgate. If the floodgate is open, won't all the low tides down here will be killed? Or maybe there's a way to open the floodgate without releasing the water. I'm confused.
I don't know. We had this old fella in Gilded Vale. Looked harmless, couldn't talk, but he'd bite you if you tried to steal his steak when no one was looking.
Well, you shouldn't try to steal his steak in the first place, right?
Once we are free of this place, we will be able to make memories again. The confusion and paranoia will pass.
Aris says, I'll see what I can do. Okay, Aris accepts Eder's opinion, but his example is not good. He said the old man tries to bite your arm when you try to steal his steak. Then don't steal his steak in the first place, Eder. And if you don't steal his steak, maybe he would not try to bite your arm. Aris says, I'll see what I can do. Farentis nods absently.
Use the door behind me. Safer that way. Hello?
Farentis smiles. It is unclear whether he recognizes you. Aris says, farewell. Farentis nods absently.
Use the door behind me. Safer that way.
Okay. Unlocked with the cracked ornate key. Yeah. Oh no! Enemies. But you say it's safer to use the door behind you. Did you lie to me, you old fool?
Death comes for you!
Worth and rock!
Mowing.
That's not very helpful.
That shall stop us! Death comes for you!
Oh, the scream. Sensual. I like it. This asshole old man lied to me. He said it would be safer to use the door behind him, and yet here we are. You have to answer to your crimes of lying to Aris, old man.
Hello?
Parentis smiles. It is unclear whether he recognizes you. You old senile.
Use the door behind me.
Safer that way, yeah, my ass. An acrid and pungent smell climbs up from the depths of this pit. What are those acrid smells from? Feces? Well, it's not that because he's old or senile, I guess it can be helped. But Aris is just pissed that his advice led to a fight. Aris is confident in him and his companion's ability to take care of the foes, just like he demonstrated. It's just the fact that the advice is useless or counterproductive to what the advice tries to do.
What's this?
What is this creature? A creature with many tentacles. Creepy. Beyond the door you catch glimpses of shapes in the darkness, wails and whispers, faint and erratic, echo from within the sealed halls. Oh, the low tides. How many years have they been confined here? This door appears to be barred from the inside. It does not budge. Parentis wishes for the low tide to be set free. He said it requires a particular relic that lies in the halls of silence, and suggested that the High Abbot would know how to reach it. Okay. It is possible to flood the halls of silence with this, but it may also be possible to open the gates that would allow the low tide entrance to escape. Yeah, is there a reason to flood the halls? Oh no.
Rally! This ends here. This ends here. Into the fray!
Oh, Durance is badass. He's holding the choke point. Okay. This door appears to be barred from the inside. It does not budge. All right. Why can I read this? Between red handprints, a clump of hair dangles from a stain of thick, coagulated blood. Oh! A clump of hair dangles from a stain thick, coagulated blood. Ew, gross. A turbulent murmur echoes faintly from the depths of this chasm. So more low tides down there? What is this? This door is sealed shut. Beyond the door you catch glimpses of shapes in the darkness, wails and whispers, faint and erratic, echo from within the sealed halls. Different scenes of an ocean shoreline are carved into 4 stone panels, arranged almost haphazardly at different heights along a network of rails. Wait a minute. Inspect the panels. The panels are affixed to a set of rails that curve and crisscross in patterns that remind you of a seaweed. There are 4 depressions in the wall behind the rails in which the panels look like they would fit. The panels show variously barren shore, a city in flames, a flourishing city, and a tidal wave. Arrange the panels. It appears that any panel can be slid into any depression by following the network of rails. Move which panel into the first empty depression? Of course, the burning city, Anthu. You grab the panel and slide it on the rails into the first available opening. Once the panel matches the recess on the wall, you gently press on it. It slides without resistance and locks into place. Move which panel into the first empty depression? What? Move which panel into the first empty depression? First empty depression? What? Leave. I don't understand the wording in here. Move which panel into the first empty depression? City in flames. First available opening. Locks into place. Oh, I guess the first empty depression, I mean the second empty panel, I guess. Of course, Saman, the flood, the tidal wave. Saman. And then the Saman, barren shore. And then this Anthu, the flourishing city or the beginning. You complete the sequence with the last panel. It slides gently into its recess on the wall. The remaining panels retract and lock into place. Behind the heavy stones there is a metallic groan and then a steady whir. A small tile about waist high slides back. Beneath there is a carving. It shows an image of an ocean wave curled around a crescent moon. Perform the sign of the tide on the hidden carving. You curl your hands as Kauto described in his journal and position it over the carving of the wave. Then using your other hand you trace the arc of the crescent with your index and little fingers. A heavy rumble stirs the ground, and from all around you comes the sound of rushing water. Wait, what? Oh! Oh no! This is not good. I killed them. I remember I was inspecting the pit earlier, and I could hear murmurs, echoes of murmurs, meaning that there are more low-tide monks down there. By filling up this place with water, I just drowned them, killed them. No! I guess this is the light of the souls of the people that died in the drown. Oh, come on. Is this the Ondra's witness? Okay, so I can flood this place, right? According to the addendum, or I can release the low tides. Ender says, yeah, Ender's example is silly. I don't think I'm going to follow his advice. Embedded in this deep semicircular slab is what looks to be a vessel for the sprinkling of holy water. In this context, however, it looks more like a lever. There are images engraved on the wall behind it, one of a rising wave, one of an open gate. Point the object toward the rising wave, point the object toward the open gate. Open gate, of course. Because Eder's example is silly. If his example is good, then I'll choose one. I mean Aris would choose one. Point the object toward the open gate. In the distance you hear the mechanical snap of rusted locks and the groan of iron hinges. Okay. Wait, are they rioting? Please don't. What? Stop them, said the high-tide monks. Our brethren, do not harm them. Do not harm them. Echoing voices reach your ears. The words are unintelligible, but you can make out laughter, crying and cheers. Soon after, shouts of alarm resonate in the distance. With a click, the machine releases its hold on the strange rod. You pack the vessel away. Okay, so even if the low tides are sealed in the halls of silence, the high tide monks, when they are trying to stop them from escaping, they don't want to harm them, because one of them said, "Our brethren, do not harm them." I see. All right.
Let's hope we don't run into any of them on the way out.
Yeah, let's hope not. If we do, then Aris and his companions will cut them down, as usual. Let's go back to Farentis. Wait, where's Farentis? Did he also escape along with the other low tides? I guess. Alright, let's go to the relic quarry now. Okay, where is the gate that has been opened by us? I see nothing.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yes, narrator, I shall. Okay, so how many sects are there? within the Ondra worshippers. The Fallen Moon, well, the Fallen Moon is the name of the Abbey, but I don't know the name of their sect. How many sects? At least there is this one sect, the one that was implied as the fanatical sect. What are the other sects? Oh, what the? That's a huge skull. What creature is that? Huh? That possess such a huge skull. Wow. A race of giants? Or a fallen deity? I'm not sure. Alright, let's do this. Yeah. Examine the skull. Really?
What in the world could leave a skull that big?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Sagani. The cracks on this jawbone suggest that a forceful blow separated it from the skull. Yeah, what kind of creature has this large skull? Judging by the distance to the nearby skull, a tremendous force severed this vertebrae from the rest of its giant body. Oh, judging by the distance to the nearby skull, a tremendous force severed this vertebrae from the rest of its giant body. Oh, interesting. Halls of presence. What? The reliquary. Okay, what is this place? I mean this door? I haven't encountered this door before. Let's check it out. Oh, a secret entrance, secret passage from the High Abbot's room. I see. Wow. Never mind, mine. Okay, so this vertebrae, this is separated from the jaw. And what is this place? This door, I mean? Where does this stairs leads to? Let's check it out.
You must.
Oh, earlier this door cannot be accessed, I remember. Yeah, earlier this door cannot be accessed. Alright. Let's go upstairs. Na 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 na. Let's go upstairs.
Yes?
Okay, here goes nothing. What will we find here in this place? This accursed place. Lodged between rows of crystalline rock, a large fragment of metal protrudes. It looks as though it might be possible to pry it loose. Pull out the metal fragment. At your touch, the splinter of metal begins to glow orange. Heat surges up your hands and arms and envelops you with such intensity, you feel as though you are melting down. The heat spreads to the world around you, turns it orange and then yellow and then white. The ground, the sky, everything around you drips in molten globs and begins to take shape beneath you as if in an invisible mold. You and the shard are the last thing to melt and fall, and your addition to the molten pool completes the shape of an immense hammer. The metal cools as quickly as it had heated. The handle is gripped now by two great leathery hands, and the hammer is cocked back over a shoulder as broad and mottled as a hilltop. A hilltop? A giant? Wait, is this the memory of the giant that possessed this huge skeleton? The wielder whirls around and heaves the hammer, and you are flying upward for what seems like ages into the airless blackness above. As you spin, you catch glimpses of a rock large enough to be a moon. It is close, far too close to the world, Oh. So the giant hurled the hammer at a large rock. What? Is this some kind of a moon or a space rock going to hit the planet, and then the giant used his hammer to destroy it? Interesting. Oh, I might take this the wrong way. The large rock or the moon is not coming down to the planet. Instead, the huge giant threw the hammers towards the moon. Why? The force of impact shatters hammer and stone alike. The rock is redirected outward, but a section of the front face is cleaved off and begins to fall, splintering apart at the cracks. In 100,000 fragments blossoming outward in all directions, debris showers the atmosphere, trailing smoke and fire. Below, land and sea are far off but gradually rising up. Wait, I think I'm wrong again. The previous paragraph said that the rock or the moon is far too close. So I'm guessing this moon or this space rock is heading towards the planet, and the huge giant throw the hammer to destroy this space rock into small pieces as to not cause a huge damage, I guess, to the planet. Look to the sea. The largest of the fragments, wide as a city, barrels downward in a fiery cocoon. Its size reduces as the edges immolate, but it won't burn up in time. It lands silently in the distant ocean, sending a column of water skyward and radiating ripples that spread like wrinkles in fabric. Then the sound comes tearing up through the sky. It sounds like thunder. Look to the land. Pictures are becoming clearer by the moment as you streak toward the earth. You are lodged in an enormous boulder, falling among other smaller fragments that hit and burst around you on all sides. So the pieces of the rock fall to the sea, while the pieces of the hammer fall to the land? Beneath you, snow-capped mountains rise up, dotted there, dotted here, and there by cities of stone and Adra. The impact will be the destruction of all of them. Oh, so I guess this happened in old times. But who is this huge giant? A creature? Or one of the deities? One of the gods or goddesses? But he has appeared, so it must be a male, not a female. So it can't be a goddess. The shadow of your rock fragment is visible now, getting larger by the second. You are moments away from striking the ground when a massive shape throws itself into your path. The last thing you hear sounds like another rumbling impact, but that isn't what it is. It's a chuckle, relieved, breathless. You hear two words: made it. So the giant destroyed the space rock to carve it up into pieces as to lessen the damage it created on the planet, and then when the fragments were going to hit the cities or a city, the giant used his body as a shield. Everything goes dark. You open your eyes, the metal hammer fragment has come free, and you now hold it in your hands. It is warm to the touch. So, when I inspected the vertebrae, it said that an impact hard enough severed the vertebrae with the rest of the skeleton. So I guess the impact comes from the pieces of the hammer. The hammer hit his jaw so hard that it severed his vertebrae. And that is why we found the pieces of the metal in the mouth of the skull. I see. The air around you is suddenly turbulent, spiteful. A cold damp wind whips your face. Salt crystals collect in your nostrils and the creases of your eyes. The floor below you becomes blue-gray and glassy, churning and rolling, and when you fall you crash through water. Violent waves hurl and spin you. Something slithers around your ankles, seizes you with incredible strength, drags you down into silty depths. Wait, an underwater creature? When the pulling stops, you are hovering at the center of an endless blue abyss. You can see neither surface nor floor. You seem to be facing downward, but there is no way to be sure. A voice sounds from everywhere at once, and the immense pressure wave of each utterance sends you reeling.
Deceitful wretch! Grave robber! You who dig for that which you did not bury, speak! Explain yourself and be judged.
Oh, it's Ondra. Okay, we don't want to incur the wrath of a deity. Better choose your answer wisely. Grave robber. Aris says, I meant no harm. I came in search of answers.
You seek what is mine! What was rightfully lost!
The outburst propels you, sending you end over end. Oh, come on, Ondra.
Your actions speak for themselves. The battery opened. The forge ignited.
So what? Are they not meant to be reactivated?
You set free souls that hid from me, that stole from me and evaded my judgment.
Souls? Aris freed souls that hid from Ondra? Souls that stole from her and evaded her judgment? You mean the Pargrunen dwarves? The souls, the spirits of the Pargrunen dwarves? So wait a minute, does that mean Ondra sentenced judgment upon the Pargrunen dwarves? Is that what happened when the spirits show them scrambling for defense against something that is invading them? Was it Ondra that was responsible for the demise of the Pargrunen dwarves?
The dwarves sealed their own fate. The forge was meant to be forgotten. And now, here you are again, denying peace to the buried.
The turbulence around you calms, silt settles like a slow exhalation, and the vast darkest seascape beyond the murk fades in. Rays of light trickle down from far above onto green-gold columns of kelp that rise from the depths and sway back and forth in the current. Fish and mollusks patrol them in groups of hundreds and thousands. The nearest pass you with watchful eyes. Wait a minute. Option number 3. What are the bones of one god doing sealed in the temple of another? Okay, I knew it. It's a god, it's a deity. But who is it? It can't be Eothas, right? And option number 4. The army that destroyed the dwarves, the eyeless, are they yours? Okay, so it was the eyeless who destroyed the Pargrunen dwarves, and the eyeless is the army that is belong or commanded by Ondra. Why? Why did Ondra want to destroy the Pargrunen dwarves? Why? Aris asks, what do you mean the forge is meant to be forgotten?
It was never meant for mortal use. Such power, such truths lie within it. It can bring only ruin.
It was never meant for mortal use? Wait, so the forge was not created by the dwarves? Perhaps the dwarves simply found the forge and used it for themselves. So who created the forge then?
When the Pargrunen came to the White March, they were peaceful. They shared common beliefs and purpose. Their visions for the Forge tore them apart. You have seen this for yourself. They would have destroyed themselves in the end.
Should I choose number 1? Do I really want to incur the wrath of a deity by choosing number 1? Aris says, I see your point.
I mourned the loss of the Pargrunin. Misfortune brought them here. They did not deserve to end so soon. It was never meant for mortals. When the Pargrun, their vision, they would have destroyed themselves in the end.
Okay, let's try this. Aris says, how convenient that we'll never know.
You need only look to the history of your own civilization for assurance.
You mean Ishamito? Or Deerwood? Or White March? Which is it?
How many wars, how many fallen empires might have been averted if only their leaders could forget the objects of their ambition?
So the Isles were sent directly by the Ondra to destroy the Pargrunin dwarves and the Forge. This is interesting. I thought that in the universe of Pillars of Eternity, the deities are they are mostly hands-off approach, unless they are unless their assistance is asked by their worshippers. I thought that is the rule of this world. But it turns out what Ondra said implied that she decided to do this herself. Interesting. So the deities in this world, they are allowed to meddle in mortal affairs without even being asked to by their worshippers. Really? So what's stopping the other deities from doing the same? If they all do the same, then all these deities will be fighting each other through direct involvement and direct action. But have such a thing ever occurred before? Where the deities are fighting each other through direct action? Or indirect action? The story of Eothas and Magran is a battle that is fought indirectly through proxy armies, the Reatserans and the Deerwood. The Deerwood who worship Magran, mostly, I think, and the Reatseras who worship Eothas. These two deities are fighting through proxy armies, the Reatseras and Deerwood. But the example of Ondra here, it is not a proxy army. It is implied here that the Eyeless is created by her, or maybe the Eyeless is created by someone, some mortal, who answers to Ondra, which then makes it indirect action. I'm curious.
I mourned the loss of the Pargrunin. Misfortune brought them here. They did not deserve to end so soon.
Aris asks, what are the bones of one god doing sealed in the temple of another? Yeah. Answer me.
Do not play coy with a god, Watcher. I know you have seen his death. I feel it whenever a forgotten thing is taken from me.
I'm not trying to play coy, I just want to know what is this deity corpse doing in your temple? Another deity. Why do you think I'm trying to play coy?
Abidin did not deserve to die here. This place, it was the least I could do to give his remains some privacy.
So it was Abidon, the deity that the Crucible Knights worship. The one book, the book about Abidon, I found it in the smith's shop back in Gilded Vale. So I guess he's the deity of smiths. That's why the Crucible Knights worship him, because the Crucible Knights began as smiths, who then trained how to fight, and became the Crucible Knights. So Abaddon died? Okay, how many deities died so far? 2, at least. Eothas and Abaddon. Okay. So it was Abaddon's hammer that destroyed the space rock, and a piece of his hammer flung down and hit him in the jaw, killing him. Ah. Aris asks, the least you could do?
The least I could do for ending his life.
What? Light drains from your surroundings. The kelp forest becomes a copse of black tendrils, stark and twisted as regret. The least she could do for ending Abaddon's life? Wait a minute, so the space rock is Ondra's doing? What? Did Ondra try to hurl the space rock onto the planet? Abaddon destroyed it, preventing a huge damage, and then died in the process. Ah. So maybe that's what happened. The question is, why did Ondra want to hurl the space rock onto the planet? To wipe it clean? But why?
I called the moon down to me, Ioni brother. It was against his wishes. He would not listen to reason, would not listen to me.
Ah, the moon, the space rock, was called by Ondra. My God, why did Ondra do that? But I guess it's thanks to Abaddon that the damage that Ondra tried to do was mitigated, or at least lessened. And who is this he? He would not listen to reason, he would not listen to me.
In his madness he splintered the moon, but it was not enough. The greatest of the fragments still fell toward that which he would protect.
Okay. This is getting clearer and clearer now. Ondra sent the moon to hit the planet, but Abaddon disagree with that. So he used his hammer to destroy the moon into pieces, and then the remaining fragments fell down towards the land, and so Abaddon used his body as shield. Okay, so yeah, this is... I was speculating, but this is now clear. Ondra sent the moon to hit the planet. Man, why did she do that?
In the end, he took position where it would fall, and absorbed the impact himself.
Aris says, I thought Belafa and Kaulda were the moons, not Ioni brother.
Ioni brother is their smaller sibling, tiny next to them.
So there are 3 moons. Ah, Ioni brother is the smaller. Small enough that the world would survive its impact, says Ondra. Small enough that the world would survive its impact. So I guess Ondra wanted to wipe the face of the planet clean, but still allowing the planet to survive. Haha, that's why she called the smallest of the 3 moons Ioni brother. Aris asks, but why the temple? Why the secrecy?
That time has been forgotten now, and so his death belongs to me. Everything he was before the impact.
Okay, so the reason why Abaddon's corpse plays in the Abbey belonging to Ondra, because Ondra think that Abidon's death belongs to her. That's why she wanted to house Abidon's corpse in this abbey, I guess. Aris says, "But you slew another god. Surely the other gods know this. Surely Abidon must know." Current surges through the kelp bed, pushing each plant sideways like saplings in a hurricane and propelling you backward amidst a torrent of wayward fish.
No! He cannot know! He must never know!
What? I'm confused. So Abidon died, right? Why is she worried that Abidon might know about this? Or maybe when a deity is killed, his body is killed in this world, that doesn't automatically mean that the deity dies. Maybe the deity just fall into, I don't know, maybe slumber or a long sleep, and maybe then the deity will be resurrected again, not in the same body, but as a deity, and maybe that deity will lose his or her memory. If that's so, then it explains why Ondra doesn't want Abidon to know. Ah, okay.
Understand, he was not always as he is now. His body was not all he left behind. He was devoted to progress and industry from the beginning, but so too was he devoted to preservation. In those times he would let nothing go. Nothing could be forgotten. His will was iron long before his body.
Ah, Abidon is in favor of preservation, while Ondra is for forgetting memories and the past. So they are opposing to each other. Ondra wants to wipe something clean using the moon to make it lost in memory, to make it forgotten. But Abidon, who is for preservation, is against that, I guess. Ah, Aris says preservation, so that was why he went so far to oppose you.
We agreed long ago, all of us, not to alter the course of Kith's civilization. Not directly. Not unless there were no other choice.
So there is an exception to the rule. The deities agreed, all of them, not to alter the course of Kith's civilization, not directly. But there are exceptions. Okay, let me rephrase this. The deities agreed not to alter the course of Kith's civilization, but there are two exceptions. They are allowed to alter it indirectly, which happened, I guess, in the war between Reaceras and Dirwood, Magran versus Eothas. And the second exception, not unless there were no other choice. So, what is the purpose for the agreement then, if the deities can veto the rule, right? Interesting.
But in this matter, there was no other choice. He understood that as well as anyone. It was for duty that he opposed it. I would have stopped it if I could, but by then it was too late.
Aris asks, what was it he was trying to preserve?
Time has finished much of what I started. I cannot tell you that, mortal, for fear of undoing all its costly work.
So Ondra isn't willing to tell Aris what was Abidon trying to preserve, and what was Ondra trying to wipe clean. What? This makes me curious. Something that Ondra wants erased, but Abidon wants to preserve. Aris says, "You make it sound as though you were the sane one."
The other gods knew what had to be done, but they lacked the will to go through with it. Even gods have their attachments.
The other gods knew what had to be done. Okay, Ondra implies all the deities unanimously agree that the wiping has to be done, but only Ondra has the will to do it through the moon Ioni brother. Now there is a new question. Why did the deities agree unanimously that the wiping had to be done? Why? What happened?
To erase all knowledge of such a grand thing required unthinkable devastation. The Eastern Reach, Deadfire. Mine was the only solution.
So the deities agreed unanimously that they want to erase all knowledge of the Eastern Reach as well as the Deadfire. But the others lack will to do it, so Ondra do it her own way by hurling the moon. But Abidon opposes that. Well, if Abidon opposes it, I guess it's not unanimously agreed upon. But based on Ondra's words, it implies that most of the deities agree to do this, to erase all knowledge, which I guess are related to the destruction of the Eastern Reach and Deadfire. It implies that most deities agree to that. But they lack the will. Ondra is the only one that has the will. Send the moon, but Abidon opposes it.
When I called down Ioni brother, they remained silent. Even Abaddon. He knew it was for the best.
Oh wait, I was wrong again. So the deities unanimously agreed to commence with the wiping of the Eastern Reach and the Deadfire, including Abidon. So I guess during the last moments Abidon changed his mind?
But he tried to stop it all the same. Perhaps deep down I knew he would. I should have expected it. I could have stopped it.
Okay, yeah. So all the deities agreed unanimously to destroy the Eastern Reach and Deadfire, but at the last moment Abidon changed his mind. I guess Aris says, "I want to ask you about something else."
You may ask.
Aris says, "What does it matter if something is remembered or forgotten? It's in the past in either case."
Memories are the spirits of the past. You of all people should know their sway on the present, Watcher.
Are you referring to Aris's awakening? Ah, okay. Yeah, of course, that's true. Aris's memories of his past lives did sway his presence. Okay, there's no use choosing number 5. Ondra would know if you're lying, Aris, so don't choose number 5. Aris asks, what's that supposed to mean?
Mortals measure the worth of their lives in memory. Who will remember me? How long until I am forgotten?
Honestly, at least for me, I'm not thinking about that. I don't think about who will remember me. Especially Who will remember me? Who will remember me after I am long gone? I never have any kind of that thinking. Who will remember me? Will he remember me? Will she remember me? Will my family remember me? Will my friends remember me after I'm gone? Honestly, I don't think about those things. Interesting. But, okay, I guess I'm not really telling the truth. What I mean by I don't think about those things. Of course, it is nice. I want my families to remember me in their prayers, to pray for my soul after I'm long gone, after I'm gone. Yes, of course. I want my family, I want my friends, especially my family, to pray for my soul after I'm gone. Yes, I guess in this, I guess Ondra's right. I want to be remembered, but not because I want my family or friends to remember me of my deeds or what I have accomplished or not accomplished. I want my family and friends to remember me so that they can pray for my soul.
Memory governs every thought, informs every choice. It can fuel passion, understanding, love, or it can create obsession, madness.
Well, it's all of these things for me. My memory fuels my passion, understanding, love, obsession, and madness, but I guess I would be lying if I say that obsession and, well, not madness. I guess I would be lying if I say obsession is currently not taking the front seat in my life. There are certain memories in my past that makes my obsession sit at the front row, in front of passion, understanding, and love. I'm obsessed with what could have been, what could I have done differently, how things would go differently if I don't do this, or if I do this, or if I go here, or if I go there. How my life would be different if I don't do this or if I do that. How different my life would be. Yes, this thinking is currently taking the front seat in my mind. I guess it stems from regrets. But fortunately, this thinking is not so intense that it drives my life. I'm glad that I still have control over my life, despite this obsession of mine, thinking about how my life could be different. If only I made the different choices. But what's done is done. I can only regret my action or my inaction. I can only hope that from now on, I can live my life according to what I think is right, and hopefully I can be happy. Yeah.
You have seen it plague many souls in your travels. Consider the old Watcher who inherited unspeakable crimes from birth.
Ondra's talking about Myrwald. Yeah, the crimes of burning the forest and participating in the rape of a woman during his raid in a different life. I remember those. that drove Myrwald crazy.
Or the young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury for love of things she remembered she had.
The young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury for love of things she remembered she had? Wait, I don't remember this one. A young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury. Have I encountered this character before? A young woman who committed herself to Brackenbury for love of things she remember. Yes, I remember this one, but I don't remember her name. I remember there is a character in Brackenbury. She lost herself because she kept remembering of her past life, of having a nice life of riches and privilege. But now she currently live a different life, opposite of one of her past lives. Yeah, wait. Was it in Brackenbury or was it in Ondra's gift? I forgot. I don't remember. I remember this character, but I don't remember whether I met her in Ondra's gift, I mean the Dock district, or was it in Brackenbury? But I do remember encountering an NPC like this. She remembered her past lives of having riches and living a lavish life. But after she is incarnated, she lived a different life, the opposite of being rich and privileged. I remember this character.
Or the fisherman whose life became a sentence the day he killed his sister.
Yep, the one in Stalwart. I remember it. Yeah, I forgot his name. But I remember the event when Aris read his soul. So the fisherman was using some drug. His sister caught him red-handed. And then I guess he pushed his sister. His sister fell and her head hits an object. And she died. Yeah, I remember this character, but I don't remember his name. And then Aris convinced him to leave Stalwart as atonement. Well, no, not as atonement. I think Aris told this fisherman that he's going to tell the mayor about this. He's going to tell Renengild about this. Or he was going to tell the whole village about this. But I guess the fisherman chose to live in shame or regret.
Or the Glanfathen boy for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors.
Glanfathan boy, for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. Okay, I don't remember this one. Glanfathan boy. Okay, I don't remember this one. Who is this? A Glanfathan boy, for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. Okay, who is this man? Where did I came across this NPC? Was it in Deerford, where I recruited the grieving mother? Or was it... I don't remember. Glanfathan boy, for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. Glanfathan boy, medallion. Was it the dwarf back in Stalwart, who gave his items to the fake Ondra gift bearers, and then after his business failed, he wants his items back? Is this that dwarf, or is this referring to someone else? I can't remember. Dang it.
They could be free from their burdens, if only they could forget.
This is conflicting. Do I really want to forget my memories, to free me from my burdens? For example, currently I'm somewhat obsessed about the things, about how my life could have been if I make different choices. That's why and it made me somewhat obsessed about it. If I erase my memories of those choices, then maybe I will end up not thinking about how my life could have been, about how my life could end up differently. Then I will be free of the burden of this obsession, thinking about it. But again, on the other hand, if I erase those memories, will I become a different individual? I mean, the way I judge things, the way I view things, my views, my outlook is shaped by those memories. Will I become a different person if those memories are erased? And if I do become a different person, will I become happier or will I become more miserable than I am now? I guess I can never know for sure. And if I cannot know for sure, then I don't want to gamble on it. If I can 100% know that I will become someone happier by losing these memories, I will do it. But what if then I become more miserable? But again, even if I become more miserable, will I notice? Because my memories are gone. But I guess I would notice though, because I'm comparing my life after the memory wipe with the recent experience, not from the long past. But in the end, there's no way for me to know for sure. So I don't want to risk. I don't want to gamble on erasing certain memories just for me to end up being more miserable than how I feel today. I'm not saying I feel miserable. I'm not saying that I feel miserable. Let's say I feel normal right now. I don't want to gamble on the chance that I might become happier than I am now, but also I can become miserable. Yeah, I'm not willing to take that gamble. It's too risky. Aris says, if only it were so easy.
Then you understand the power of an empty slate.
No, I don't understand. I'm afraid of an empty slate.
Even when problems have run their course, memory can be the stone that sinks you into the abyss.
Yeah, I guess Ondra's right. All the bad things that happen, well, not bad things. I'm not trying to say as if my life is miserable, no. I mean all the less than ideal things that happen in my life. Even after I have... Even after I went past those events, the memory of those events still lingers in me. That's why I'm obsessed with the idea of how could my life how could my life end up differently if I made different choices. I guess in this case Ondra's right. My memory of those events become a stone that sinks me into the abyss, but luckily I am not sinking At least I'm not sinking that deep. I'm still in control of my life. I'm lucky. I agree with Ondra, but should I make Aris be a smart ass and choose answer number 1? Let me read it. Let me read answer number 1. Be that as it may, I must reject your moral paradigm because it endangers an incomplete conception of the good that fails to consider the importance of testing the soul. I don't care about this. I don't care about testing my soul. Why would I want to test my soul? If I believe something is right, then I will do it. I don't want to do the wrong thing just to test my soul. What the heck? But I guess Aris being a smart ass to Ondra is once in a lifetime experience. Let's see what's happened next. Aris says, be that as it may, I must reject your moral paradigm because it engenders an incomplete conception of the good that fails to consider the importance of testing the soul.
Indeed. And what has led you to conclude you know better than a god, mortal?
Aris says, your supposition that peace of mind. What? Indeed, and what has led you to conclude you know better than a god, mortal? Well, personally, I don't have that conclusion. But like I said, Aris being a smart ass in front of Ondra will be once in a lifetime experience. Aris says, your supposition that peace of mind is tantamount to the overall good is a flawed premise. Empirically, we know that struggle and inner turmoil strengthen the soul as often as they strangle it.
That hardly sounds like an improvement on inner peace. Is that the extent of your argument?
Aris says, no, actually, I submit to you that life is a framework to test the soul, and that an untested soul withers from disuse. Consequently, it is better to test the soul in order that it should thrive. If it breaks, it is no worse off than if it were not tested at all. Well, I guess life is a test, but I don't want to deliberately choose the wrong choices that I know to be wrong just to test myself. Or maybe I am misunderstanding Aris Mittal here. Maybe my brain is incapable of understanding what Aris was trying to say. Maybe he's not trying to say what I say. Maybe he's trying to say something different.
There may be hope for you yet, Watcher.
Durance chortles. Oh, Durance is siding with Aris. Yeah. It seems Durance is against divinity or divine beings, while he himself is a worshipper of Magran. Strange.
Your reasoning is interesting, mortal. Perhaps there is something to it. But it is not my will to simply do good.
Of course. Aris, respect the fact that you are a deity. You exist outside the understanding and moral framework of mortals.
Those broken souls that fail your test, those are the ones I love most, for no other god will have them. What small mercies they ask of me, I will always grant. Was there something else, mortal?
Aris asks, why did you pull down Ioni, brother?
The great conundrum of a god is how close to become with your subjects. Too far and they lose hope. Too close and your own judgment fails. Civilizations are meant to ebb and flow. Allow them to persist for too long in power or knowledge, and you invite catastrophe.
So that is the reason why the deities unanimously agreed to wipe the slate clean. Because the civilizations have existed for too long. The Eastern Reach and the Dead Fire, I guess. What about the civilizations outside the Eastern Reach and outside the Dead Fire? Any civilization outside of those two, like Old Valia or like Aedir Empire, they exist outside the Eastern Reach, no? And also outside the Dead Fire. What about them? You're not worried about those civilizations existing for too long? Or maybe they have been destroyed once, and now it's the turn for the Eastern Reach and Dead Fire to be destroyed.
There was a time when we let our sympathies get the better of us. When memories were allowed to persist that should have been washed away.
Oh, when memories were allowed to persist. So in the past, incarnated Kith retained their memories of their past lives, until one day the deities decided not to allow the memories to persist anymore between each incarnations, I guess.
The other gods could not be moved to act. I did what had to be done without them.
Aris says, you're talking about the Engwithans. Oh, so during the time of the Engwithans, memories persist from one incarnation to the next. It is only after the fall of Engwithan that memories do not persist between each incarnation, I think.
I speak of what is forgotten. I failed that day, but my purpose was achieved in the end. I will not dredge up the memory to satisfy idle curiosity.
Yeah, you're talking about the Engwithans, Ondra. Aris asks, the army that destroyed the dwarves, the Eyeless, are they yours?
What the world casts aside, I take into my care. A thing may be forgotten, but it is never alone as long as I am here.
What the world casts aside, she's implying that the Eyeless were cast aside. By whom? By its creators? So who created the Eyeless?
They were lost children, abandoned, fixed on a purpose that no longer had meaning.
Okay, I'm curious. Who created the Eyeless?
I took them in, gave them new purpose. I did not create them, but yes, they are mine.
Okay, option number 1 gave me the answer to my question. The Eyeless were the creation of the Abydons. I guess that's the vision that Aris saw when he activated the device on top of the West Tower at Durgan's Battery. The vision of Abydon striking his hammer, and once he lifted his hammer, there was a construct, the Eyeless. Ah, so after Abydon died, Ondra took the Eyeless in as her own. I see. Aris says, they are Abydons. I saw them forged.
They were his once. I won't deny it. He created them as assistants to carry out his work on Eora. But he has long been the overseer of progress in the world. Leaving things behind has always been his way. I allow him to leave his past in my care, so that it does not hold him back.
Aris says, you and Abydon have a unique connection then?
I suppose we do. But then, the gods have always been able to accomplish far greater things when working together.
Nearby, you see a shark pass through a school of fish. The fish scatter, evading the predator. So Ondra admits that she has special relationship with Abidon. Are they lovers? Or maybe it's a one-sided love from Ondra to Abidon. Aris says, I had something else to discuss about the Eyeless.
Speak your mind.
Aris says, you haven't given me the whole truth about the Eyeless, have you?
Careful what you accuse a god of, mortal.
I'm sorry. Aris is not trying to accuse. He's just inquiring. Aris respects you, Ondra, as one of the many deities. The water around you is suddenly icy. You can feel it sap the heat from your veins. Aris says, Abidon didn't abandon those creatures. You made him forget them. Otherwise, he might remember how he died. Oh, yeah.
And what if I did, mortal? It does him no harm to forget. On the contrary, it lifts a burden. If Abaddon remembered, it would threaten the harmony between the gods.
Okay, so this conversation implies after Abidon died, he doesn't die eternally. So I guess when a deity died, they will be resurrected one day, and they will lose their memories. So that means Eothas was killed when he incarnated himself within Widewen, right? So there is a possibility that in the future Widewen will be resurrected, albeit he will lose his memories. If Abidon remembered, it would threaten the harmony between the gods. Of course, Abidon would be pissed at Ondra if he remembers what happened.
It was not so long ago that conflict between us led to disaster in your world, and the death of one of our number.
I think she's referring to Eothas. It was not so long ago that conflict between us led to disaster in your world. The war between Reatseras and Dirwood, I think. And the death of one of our number. I guess the death of Widewen, which also means the death of Eothas. Right?
Memory is but an image we create to make sense of the present. It carries no truth or meaning but what we ascribe.
What does she mean by it carries no truth or meaning, huh?
A slight alteration to it is a small price to pay for peace.
A slight alteration of memory? Shall Aris be rational or shall Aris be honest? What shall Aris say? Shall he be rational or shall he be honest? Let's go with honest, okay? I'm curious to see how Ondra respond. Aris says, it's wrong to deceive him. I expected better from a god.
Memory deceives. It distorts. It reimagines. This is no different.
Yeah, I guess so. I remember in my memory, you know the song called Lady by the band Mojo? I remember when I was a kid, I saw a music video of that song. It features Bryan Adams and women in black suits, in black bodysuit dancing, while Bryan Adams singing the song. Now when I search on YouTube for that music video, I found nothing. Instead, I found a music video to that song, but it's different. There's no Bryan Adams, there's no women in full black bodysuits dancing. Did my memory play tricks on me? Or did they erase that music video from the internet? and replace it with a new music video. Or something happened that altered reality. I don't know which one, but I am very certain of my memory. The memory of me watching the TV, hearing the music Lady by Mojo, and the music video depicts Bryan Adams and a group of female dancers in full black bodysuit dancing. I remember it clearly in my mind. So what happened to those music video? I don't know. Why did they disappear from internet? I watch it on the TV, but I assume things that happen in the TV in the past will be preserved on the internet. So I'm very sure that particular music video will be on YouTube one day. But I never find it. I tried to search it on YouTube using keywords, etc. I couldn't find it. The music video to Lady by Mojo that features Bryan Adams and a group of female dancing in a full black bodysuit. If you guys know a link to that video, please give me that link, because I'm sure I saw it, because I can't be losing my mind. I'm very certain of that memory.
The peace between the gods is already fragile. It will not withstand another shock.
Oh, I see. A fragile peace between the gods. Aris says, I want to ask you about something else.
You may ask.
Aris says, you say on one hand you had to call down Ioni brother, yet on the other that you would have stopped it for Abaddon.
The death of a god is a calamity. You are living in the aftermath of one such death. Surely you can understand.
Aris asks, you have said that sympathy can get in the way. What about yours for Abaddon?
He deserved better. Of all the other gods, he was the only one who acted, who held to his convictions.
Aris says, the goddess of relentlessness must have appreciated such a quality. Oh, she's admiring Abaddon.
Yes. I admired him for that.
I think it's more than admiration, Aris says, but it's more than that. You loved him. Ooh. The pull and push of the current become long and heavy like a sigh. Oh. Like a sigh? Is she touching herself while thinking about Abaddon?
Whatever he was to me, it was not meant to last. Always our duty is to Eora first.
Really? Really? Really?
I knew he opposed what I intended. That he would wish to preserve what I meant to destroy. I knew it would cause a rift that might never be mended. But I never imagined he'd go so far. I never imagined it would mean I would never know him as I once did.
I would never know him as she once did. So, I guess after Abaddon died and resurrected, his personality changed? Aris says, if he doesn't remember dying, why not begin again with him?
Because it might cause him to remember.
Ah.
No, mortal. Better that we should exist as we are now.
Come on. Can you really live with this unrequited love? Your love for Abaddon?
What happened once must never happen again. Bad enough that I am cursed to remember it.
Cursed to remember of having to love an admirable Man like Abidon? Aris says, I want to ask you about something else.
You may ask.
Aris says, I need you to call off the eyeless.
On the contrary, mortal, their work must continue. Far too much was uncovered while they lay dormant.
Okay, one thing that I'd like to say. So it is clear that it was Ondra who sent the eyeless to attack the Pargrunen dwarves at the Durgan's battery. So those Pargrunen dwarves were attacked by those giants. No wonder their spirits show how panicked and fearful they are, how they scramble to their defenses in such desperation. It must be very horrifying one day to have your city be invaded by giants, commanded by a deity. Aris says, they draw attention to the very thing you wish hidden. In my dreams, I've seen them swarming over the deerwood.
Those who know too much of the White Forge will be washed clean from Eora, and then the eyeless shall rest once more.
Aris says, this isn't some lone tribe of dwarves. The forge sees visitors from all over now. The eyeless will tear the deerwood apart. It will never be forgotten. The sea life around you stirs back and forth, agitated, restless.
Even if it is as you say, there is nothing that can be done.
I don't believe you.
The eyeless do not think for themselves. They have only the purpose that is given to them. They do not stop until the purpose is fulfilled. They will not change course now for me or anyone. I am sorry.
You lie. You're a deity. You have power over them, right? You're lying. Aris says, this was your doing. You must intervene.
The interventions of gods seldom work out in anyone's favor. Our touch is too heavy. The world crumbles beneath it.
Yeah, I guess the deities, what they're capable of, are very, very potent. If they intervene directly, it would cause unforeseen consequences to the planet, I guess.
It is why we so often enlist the help of mortals. They execute our wishes with greater care.
For example, like when Eothas, represented by Reatseras, went to war with Dirwood, who worship Magran. I'm beginning to think that the war between Reatseras and Dirwood is actually a feud between Magran and Eothas. But they don't want to fight themselves directly, so they use their representatives, the Reatseras and the Dirwood.
I have done far too much already.
Aris says Kauto said they could be called off.
Only if those they pursue are no longer a threat. The raid Sarens were stopped before they could take the White Forge. In your case, Watcher, you are well beyond that now. And if what you say is true, then the Deerwood is as well.
No, if they come to Dirwood, then they will destroy Kaednua. Aris says, if you won't stop them, then I will.
Your determination is commendable, but the eyeless number in the thousands. You will need more than strength or luck.
Aris says, the help of a god would be most welcome. Trying to appeal to Ondra's status.
I will give you what aid I can. I bade the eyeless to remain hidden when at rest. They are gathered in the hollow of a great rock, splintered from Ione Brother. It lies in a flooded crater known as Chiron's Scar.
Chiron's Scar. A hollow of great rock splintered from Ioni Brother. It lies in the flooded crater known as Chiron's Scar.
Know too that they were built to answer the call of their master's hammer. When they hear it strike, they come to its aid. If you were to take that piece of his hammer from here and reshape it in Abaddon's forge into a likeness of the original, you might be able to call them to you. But destroying them would be another matter. I know of one way, but only from the center of the Lion's Den. Only with their master's hammer in your service. If you can do all this, if you can reshape what remains of Abaddon's hammer and bring it inside their lair, I can instruct you there on what you would need to do.
Aris says, it would be easier if you told me now.
Nothing I say will make sense until you see it for yourself, mortal. We share a common purpose now. I will see you through it when the time comes.
So I guess Aris managed to make Ondra change her mind about destroying the White Forge. And now she's helping us. I never thought that a mortal would be able to change the mind of a deity. Aris says, I will remake the hammer in the White Forge and stop the eyeless.
If you do not, be assured, they will come for you as they did for the Pargrunen.
An uneasy turbulence disturbs the calm like an unwelcome thought. But this is very strange. How can Aris, a mere mortal, change the mind of a deity so easily in just a few in just a few sentences? Should a deity requires much more convincing from a mere mortal to change her mind? An uneasy turbulence disturbed the calm like an unwelcome thought.
Careful as you approach the lake. When I claimed the eyeless, I made sure they would not be discovered while they slept. Many of my most devoted followers stand watch there. They will not allow you near.
Can't you send visions to your most devoted followers to leave their post? So I don't have to go through them? Or was it like you said, the touch of the gods are too heavy? It will make the world crumble. But sending visions to your most devoted followers is not direct action, right? You're just giving them a vision, telling them to step down from guarding the eyeless. I don't understand. Maybe Ondra is not completely swayed by Aris's argument. Maybe she's in the middle. Maybe she's between wanting to destroy the White Forge and agreeing to Aris's arguments. So she's being half-hearted in helping Aris.
And there is something far worse. Something more fearsome and dangerous than any eyeless. Let us hope you do not attract its attention.
What? Aris says, more dangerous? You can't just add that in there casually. In place of an answer, a sudden surge in the current from beneath sends you hurtling upward. The surface above you approaches fast, shifting and glimmering like quicksilver. You emerge soaking wet on the stone floor of the reliquary, gasping for breath as if you'd been holding it for hours. Dang it, what is this thing that is more dangerous than the eyeless? Alright, recreate Abaddon's hammer. How can I recreate it? With the fragments of Abaddon's hammer I retrieved from the Abbey, I have enough metal to make a kith-sized version of the original. Ondra believes this will be adequate to be able to hold sway over the eyeless. I guess I have to go to the White Forge to recreate it. Reforge Abaddon's hammer. I commune with Ondra, who advised me that the eyeless will not relent until everyone with specific knowledge of the White Forge has been killed. That includes a great many people, including me. She believes that if I were to reforge the hammer of their creator Abaddon from a piece of the original tool, that it could be used to destroy them. The White Forge will enable me to shape the fragment into a likeness of the original. I see. Alright, let's go to the White Forge then. Let's go. Oh, look at that. Look at that. A piece of the moon struck Abaddon on his head. Wow. The strange crystal formations of this rock, intact even after their collision against the thick bones of this giant skull, seem to radiate with a warmth of their own. A crystal formation that exists on the surface of the moon, or a piece of the moon. If Abaddon can manifest himself in the world as a giant, that means the other deities can do the same, right? Right. Let's go to the White Forge and recreate Abaddon's hammer. Aris gives the order to his forces to move to Durgan's battery. After cleaning up with the messes here, well, where is Longbosch? He's nowhere to be seen. Where is Longbosch? Let's go to the foundry. Let's recreate Abaddon's hammer. Pero, mero, lara. The surface of the anvil hums with power, it's warm to the touch. Incredible heat ripples upward from the White Forge and laps against your exposed skin. The fragment of Abaddon's hammer grows warm in your hands, as if in recognition. It is only a fraction of the size of the original, but there is metal enough to create a hammer fit for a person of your size to wield. In this forge, the fragment could be shaped anew. Recreate Abaddon's hammer. You call to mind every memory you have witnessed of the great hammer. The images coalesce and take shape in your mind's eye. You know every curve, every engraving. Even as a shapeless lump of metal, you can see the fragments for what it is meant to become. The fragment is slow to heat, even in the white forge, and quick to cool as you work it against the anvil. Sweat drizzles down your body and puddles at your feet. Your arm grows sorer with each swing of your forged hammer, until you can barely lift it. Minutes turn to hours. As Abaddon's hammer begins to take shape, the ring of your own hammer against it takes on a familiar tone, one that you have heard in your dreams. With each strike, an image flashes in your mind. It is hazy at first, but it gains detail as the hammer begins to resemble the original. Over time, the image becomes a frozen landscape centered around a crater lake. Eyeless patrol its frozen surface in droves, and this can only be the place Ondra described, Chiron's scar. The eyeless pause here and there when you strike and look up, as though hearing the echo on the wind. In the distance, as more details appear, you can see other landmarks, Stalwart, Durgan's Battery, and you understand where the lake lies in the White March, where you must take this hammer. Finally, with the careful etching of the last detail with your chisel, the hammer is completed. No sooner do you make the final mark than you feel a pure radiant energy pulsing from within it like a mechanical heartbeat. There is an indescribable beauty to the shape and the weighting and the design. It feels as if this is the realization of the metal's purpose. You take up the hammer and its power rushes over you in waves, and it shakes your body so hard you nearly drop to your knees. The tremor passes, but the surge of power remains. The hair on your arm stands on end. In your hands is a faithful recreation of a divine instrument. Wow.
I know you're holding the weapon of a god, but don't let it go to your head.
Okay, Sagani, I hear you. Wait, who are those?
I've heard enough.
The sounds of an argument reach you from the stairs. Darian marches into the room, arms crossed while Wengra bounds along behind him.
This threatens all of us now.
Oh, Matron Beregan. Matron Beregan lumbers after Darian and Wengra, flanked by two stout ogres.
She's right. We've got to fight together.
You also recognize Adarik following them. His shoulders are rigid and his arms are clasped in front of him. Darian, Adarik, Matron Beregan, and Wengra. Wengra sees you and point enthusiastically.
See, Darian, he'll tell ya. We can stop him!
The enthusiasm, I like it. Tension crackles in the air. Darian whirls and cuts Wengra off with a chopping motion.
If he's seen them, he knows better.
Aris says, what's going on here? Huh?
Something killed a whole crew of hunters out in the wood. Tore them apart like dolls, insects.
Despite Darian's steady posture, his eyes flit and flicker like flies, and his upper lip shines with sweat. A whole crew of hunters killed, tore apart like dolls?
Something like the creatures that attacked my fort, perhaps?
Beregan mutters something to her escort, and they snort in agitation.
I told ya! All we gotta do is get him in range of these cannons and then we blast him!
Wengra brings her hands together in a loud clap.
We don't even know what they are!
Darian shuts his eyes and breathes loudly through his nose. Aris says, I do. What? Everyone turns to look at you. Aris says they're known as the Eyeless.
The destruction my dreams warned me of.
Beregan's gaze is distant with horror. Suddenly, she rounds on Wengra and Darian. So, Adarik, Aris and Beregan has the same dream. Why? I know Adarik and Aris are watchers, but why does Beregan had that dream? Is she also a watcher?
And your greed and recklessness have brought them on us all!
Matron Beregan rolls her shoulders back and bares her teeth at the two villagers. Rage hangs around her like a mask. Darien and Wengra each take a step back and square off against the ogres.
You burning our village didn't help matters none.
Wengra's feral grimace exposes needle-sharp teeth.
It wasn't my clan that attacked you.
Beregan nostrils flare. Yeah, Beregan's right. It wasn't Beregan's clan that attacked Stalwart. It was another clan. It's something wolf.
No difference. One ogre stinks as bad as the next.
Hey, Wengra, watch it. Be careful. This is a tense situation we have now. Aris says, "You may be right, Beregan, but this isn't helping. Perhaps you should go." Really? Diplomatic? Beregan blinks at you in surprise. She's silent for a long time. At last, Beregan snorts.
Deal with them on your own, then. I won't spill my clan's blood over kith folly.
What? No! 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 I tried to be diplomatic, but I ended up sending her away. Beregan trudges away without a backwards glance, her escort following. No, why? I tried to be diplomatic.
Just as well.
Wait, I make the wrong choice. I tried to be diplomatic. Should I be rational? Should I be rational or diplomatic? Wengra watches them go.
What's your plan for dealing with them exactly?
Darien coughs into a fist. Aris says, "The Isles are hidden at Chiron's Scar. I'll face them there." Wengra and Darien gape at each other in disbelief.
That lake's notorious. Folk never come back from that.
Wengra breaks off, her eyes suddenly wide.
Oh.
Yeah, now you realize they don't come back because they got killed by the Isles.
You'll need all the help you can get. I have fewer men to offer than I would like, but the iron flail stands ready. Our siege weapons are at your disposal.
The same ones you threw at the battery's walls?
Darien bristles.
These Eyeless will come for us all if they aren't stopped here and now.
Adarik doesn't look at him.
Forget it. You're not bringing your army into our backyard.
Darien face flushes. He looks to you and nods.
Tell him.
Yeah. Okay, now I have found out being diplomatic isn't always right. Shit. Aris says, "Adarik's right. We need to work together. It's no time to worry about what's past, Darien."
I guess you're right. Won't be anything left of Stalwart if we don't stop these monsters anyway.
Darien looks down at the spot his heel has ground into the grit. Adarik says, "We'll assemble at Chiron's Scar and await your orders. Be ready, my friend. It will be a great battle." Adarik bows slightly and steps away. Okay, the reason I chose the diplomatic option because I thought it will calm down Beregan and Wengra and make them work together. Turns out the diplomatic option makes Beregan leave. That's not what I want. And one thing I have to say, so in the end, my assumption was wrong. It was the Pargrunen dwarves who created the White Forge. It's just that Ondra wants it destroyed. An awkward silence follows when Greg clears her throat noisily.
You know, those heavy cannons you fixed might come in handy.
When Greg grins, a mischievous twinkle in her eye, Darian starts to groan and she holds up both hands.
Hey, hear me out. Kieran's Scar should be just in range for those guns. You just point out your target and I'll do the rest.
If those things are on the move, we don't have much time. If you're really gonna stop them, take this. It's the best of the ore we've pulled from Stalwart's mines.
Darian gives you a solemn nod.
It's not much, but it's good enough to make the old Pargrunen Smiths proud. I'm sorry about what I said before. Just don't take it out on the rest of the village.
Darian looks away. Okay, it wasn't my fault that Beregan left. I chose the diplomatic option because I thought is to calm down both Wengra and Beregan. Dang it. Never seen anything like it. Who said it? A worker? I bet a hammer like that could crack a dragon's skull in one blow.